Hi, everybody. Welcome to Baton Rouge, Louisiana, as we get your baseball underway on the very last weekend in June. And we are at the home of the NCAA World Series champions. It is LSU at Alex Box Stadium, side of this matchup in day number 1 of our showcase series here in Baton Rouge, pitting the Louisiana Tigers against UBO Central. Hi, everybody. Robert Williamson set to bring you the coverage. Timo Lopez stepping in to start things off. The Tigers, they are decked out in orange and are the visiting team. Meanwhile, the home team in red is UBO Central. Right back to pitcher Watson. Over to first goes the throw, and Lopez out on the 1-3. So there is one away. Taking a look at that lineup for the Tigers, Timo Lopez, the one guy. Dalen Dossé batting second. Coy Pelletier is in the 3 spot. DJ Bernard batting fourth. Gabe Drumet is in the 5-hole. Lane Parks hits 6th. Jackson Frederick 7th. Riley Hebert is the 8-hitter. Easton Alford hits 9th. Nate Boutte is the 10-hitter. Austin Dumaine batting 11th. And Hunter Brown in the 12 spot. Colin Watson getting the start on the hill for UBO Central. Doucet trying to check his swing and couldn't. Behind the plate, Ryan Guillat. At first, Andrew Martin. Second baseman, Kean Micel. The shortstop is Keegan Hanshin. And Wyatt Griffith is at third. An outfield of Christian Martin in left. Center fielder Chevy Bourgeois, and the right fielder is Christian Isles. On the inside part of the plate, and out will go Doucet. And there is 2 gone. As Watson is trying to make it a quick top part of the inning. Dropped into left field, base hit. Won't be 3 up, 3 down. Coy Pelletier getting on with a 2-out single. And a base runner aboard as DJ Bernard comes to the plate. Well, let's see if I can get back into the routine of normal baseball. Last couple of days, I've been in Troy calling a showcase for the ALA-BCA in which there were 5 hitters coming to the plate regardless. Didn't matter if you had 3 outs, you had 5 hitters. That was it. So I'm going to have to shift back into the baseball mode. With a max of 3 outs, and of course, could have less, could have more hitters in a given inning. On the outside part of the plate to DJ Bernard. Got a base runner on in the form of Pelletier here in the top of the first. 3 games today. Games at 10, 1, and 4. Everything else, though, is in place, I believe. 1 hour, 50-minute time limit. Mercy rules of 12, 10, and 8. As that is ground too short. Hanshin will misfire over at first. And a couple of base runners on, scampering back to third as Pelletier. Bernard on the other corner. And a base hit and an error. Have a couple of base runners on for Gabe Drumet. It was a little bit of an awkward fielding for Hanshin, and maybe that kind of threw off the mental routine with a throw over to first. Lane Parks to the on-deck circle. Bernard at first, Pelletier at third. Sent right down the middle. Looking to see if we have a scoreboard. I don't think so. So I'll even refocus or more intensely focus. As you got a couple of base runners aboard, 2 gone. Drumeo awaits. Dealing is Watson, and he will find the zone to run into a 2-strike count. Even count at 2. Couple of balls, couple of strikes. 2 are on, 2 are gone. Got your deuces wild early here in the top of the first, as that one is swatted foul by Drumeo. Lane Parks to the on-deck circle. What's it like in Baton Rouge, Louisiana? 84. Expected to warm to 91. There is a mention of rain, but that's at 7 o'clock. So if Mother Nature follows her predicted schedule, we should be done by 7. And she can rain to her little heart's desire. Until, of course, tomorrow morning, about 10 o'clock-ish. We'd like to get baseball back underway. Another 2-2 offering. It's too high, too far outside. 3-2. Air quality 58 in moderate. UV index 5 in moderate. It feels like 87. 78% humidity. Got a sun parting ways at 8:10. There was a walk. And the bases are loaded. And it all happens with 2 gone. You had the quick outs of Lopez on the 1-3. Dosay with the strikeout. And then a Peltier single, a Bernard reach on an error, and now Drumeo with a walk. And by the way, coming in to run for Drumeo, the catcher is Dosay. And if you're Colin Watson, you were feeling pretty good after 2. Had that routine grounder with a base runner on. But now it's not quite as comfortable. Need to get it out. And the Tigers kind of liking the way things have turned after those 2 gone. Coach coming out to pay a visit to his pitcher. And the UBO Central coach, Austin Wilson. Back to the dugout, just trying to hit that reset button, get Watson back into that mode that got him the Lopez and Dosay outs. Lane Parks with Jackson Frederick on deck. Low and away with the opening pitch. I want to think this is maybe the 3rd year in a row we've been to LSU. Might have skipped a year. Maybe it's 3 out of 4. 2nd time for me. A little bit outside with a pitch. And looking directly behind center field, there is Tiger Stadium. Low and away with a pitch, a walk given. That will bring in the run, Peltier. So Parks will pick up the RBI with the bases loaded walk. And the Louisiana Tigers taking the first lead in this one. Well, I just realized that we are just now hitting 10 a.m., so a little early start to the game. 10 minutes in, so a 9:50 beginning for this one. Way high with the pitch to Frederick. Riley Hebert to the on-deck circle. Still got the lineup here on the scoreboard from the last game played at LSU before heading to Omaha. And that was against West Virginia. Eight World Series championships now for LSU. Popped up in the direction of center field. There for the catch is Chevy Bourgeois. And Frederick with a fly out, bases left loaded, but runs in as we head to the bottom of the first. Drives that in the direction of right field. That is going to sail. I'm really not sure why I quote it. It's so frequently wrong. That is hit well towards left field. Jackson Hyatt, 1 for 2 in the game, lifts this one towards left center. Here's the 1-0 offering. That is hit well towards left field. High fly ball, left. That is shot in the direction. Barr, who is issued in Sackerly with 2 gone. Sackerly trying to come to the plate with put the finishing touches on a mercy rule win. That's hit well, though, towards left field, and it'll be wrapped up around 8 o'clock. And a shot in the direction of right field. Lyles. 2-1 offering. That is shot towards the gap. Bottom of the first gets underway. Keegan Hanshin will start it off. And he'll float that one to second. There for the catch is Lane Parks. Out goes Hanshin. Christian Martin, the 2 guy. 3-hitter is Wyatt Griffith. Cameron Durr is batting in the 4 spot. Kean Micelle and your 5 guy, Christian Isles, hitting 6th. 7-hitter Caden Henry. 8 guy, Chevy Bourgeois. Ryan Guillat batting 9th. Sam Vaillant is in the 10 hole, and Andrew Martin will bat 11th. Corey Pelletier getting the start on the hill for the Louisiana Tigers. Gabe Dromé is behind the plate. Nate Butte at first. Lane Parks at second. Shortstop is Jackson Frederick, the 3rd baseman, DJ Bernard. Got an outfield of Riley Hebert in left, center fielder Timo Lopez, and Easton Alford is in right. On the outside part of the plate with a pitch to Christian Martin. A hit, an error, and a run in the top of the first. And the Louisiana Tigers by 1. That is a high fly ball, but foul. Heads into the stands, given a look to the stands by Riley Hebert. There you can see Tiger Stadium behind center field. Here on the campus of LSU. Popped back this way, and it'll get out of play. Up on the rooftop, rolls off the backside. Wyatt Griffith to the on-deck circle. There's a strike on the outside part of the plate. And 2 outs here in the bottom of the first. Well, let's see if that quick 2-out scenario like we had in the top of the first is the same we have in the bottom part of the inning. If you will recall, Lopez and Dose went down relatively quick. But then you had 5 hitters come to the plate, 4 getting on and 1 coming in before that last out was registered. Hebert, Alford, and Butte when you get to the top of the second for the Louisiana Tigers. Wyatt Griffith followed by Cameron Durr. Griffith from Pineville High. He will graduate in 27. So that means he is, if my limited math skills is accurate, entering his junior year. Ground right back to Pelletier. He'll go to first, and it's a 1-2-3 bottom of the first. Here's the 7 guy. Right up the middle, base hit, back-to-back base hit. Starter with a double. The single from Cumbie coming to the plate and tagged down at home. Top of the second gets underway. Riley Hebert will start it. Easton Alford and Nate Butte 2 up in the inning, 2. 1-run plates in the first, and it was plated by the Tigers. Came with 2 gone as that one is ground towards third. Picked up there by Griffith, goes to first, and Hebert is out number 1. One away for Easton Alford. Well, as you know, since LSU won the College World Series, don't have any college baseball to report. I can take a look at yesterday's Major League Baseball for you. Tigers beat the A's 8-zip. Blue Jays shut out the Guardians 6-0. Twins topple the Mariners 10-1. Astros 2-1 over the Phillies. Rays shut out the Royals 4-0. Cubs blank the Cards 3-zip. Dodgers 3-1 over the Rockies. Marlins 12-5 over the Giants. And Mets shut down the Braves 4-0. No MLB today until practically tonight. 5:40 is your first Major League game, Mets and Pirates. Sin foul by Easton Alford. Nate Boutte moving to the on-deck circle. Good to be back covering Showcase Series baseball. I was off last week. Alford strikes out looking. Second strikeout of the game for Colin Watson. Not completely by design. Was planning on doing Friday, but had a little post-Thibodeau episode. That's why I got a lot of liquids with me today. And then worked the Native American All-Star game at Truist Park last Sunday. So not able to be in Mobile at the University of South Alabama, but thank you very much to Jason Thompson for a job well done. Jason will be back for the Orange Beach Showcase Series weekend. You're stuck with me this weekend, next weekend in Hammond, not too far down the road. Couple of weeks in West Florida, a rearrangement of the schedule. And then back in South Alabama before the end of the month of July at Orange Beach. Nate Boutte taking a pitch outside of the strike zone. WNBA from yesterday. Sparks beat the Fever 85-75. Caitlin Clark's out again. New injury. And Mystics a 94-83 win over the Aces. No NBA. As you know, the Thunder won that. No NHL, as you likely know, the Panthers took the Stanley Cup. That is a little bit inside and a trip awarded to Boutte. That'll be the third walk of the game for Watson. And a base runner on with two gone for Austin Dumaine. Hunter Brown to the on-deck circle. On the outside part of the plate with a pitch to Dumaine. But great to be working with the Showcase again. By the way, we are 70 away from 6,900. That's our next goal subscriber-wise on YouTube. So if you haven't subscribed, do you know how happy we would be if you just move that cursor over the subscribe button and click the mouse? Just a little bit outside with a pitch to Dumaine. Got a base runner at first, two gone. Tigers trying to do what they did in the first, plate runs with two outs. UBO hoping to change their fate after two gone. Hunter Brown, the 12-hitter for the Tigers, on deck. There is a toss into the strike zone, gets to Maine. That is K number 3 for Watson. One runner is stranded. Nobody scores. We head to the bottom of the second. Durr, Micel, and Isles coming up.
You've played some travel ball, you've shared the videos. Mom and Dad can only root so much. It's time to get real interest from the colleges and scouts in your area, right where you live. That's why the Showcase Series is different. We're not just another tournament, we're an advancement event where you get real-time exposure with live TV coverage of our games that get you seen directly by the coaches you want to impress from anywhere in the world. Register for events at showcaseseries.org. It's your turn at bat.
We get the bottom of the second underway. Cameron Durr starts in Kean Micelle and Christian Isles. 2-2 facing Coy Pelletier. They retired the side in order in the first. One runner gets on, one runner stranded in the top part of the inning. And here we are in the home half of inning number 2. Just a little bit inside, and there is the first base runner for UBO Central, Cameron Durr, given a walk. And he will make his way down to first. Kean Micelle on the plate. Hard to believe we are just about halfway through our summer of coverage of the Showcase Series. And I'm thinking maybe after this weekend we are halfway through. Time indeed flies when you're having fun. On the outside part of the plate with a pitch to Micelle. Ground towards second. Parks will field. Goes to short. Covering there is Frederick. And the throw on to first, not quite in time. But the lead runner gone on the putout that will go 4-6. One out for Christian Isles. Big thanks to the Showcase for the chance to be here in LSU. A cool seat in the house. Can't ask for anything more. That is foul tipped by Isles on a hot summer day to have a nice air-conditioned room. And yeah, I know. I've got a friend or two, as a matter of fact. That Freon is, kind of a gas, I guess. So he does not believe in AC. Fans. Yeah, and he lives in the South. I'm going to take my chances with the Freon. I'm thinking Freon is better than a heat stroke. Over to first with a throw. That will wind up getting away from first baseman Nate Boutte, and all the way to third will go Kean Micelle. And the Tigers will commit their first error of the game. And it's a costly one. Now 90 feet away is that potential tying run in the bottom part of the second. Inside with a pitch to Isles. Caden Henry moving to the on-deck circle. Just a nudge outside. 12 1 and 2 hitters when you get to the third inning for the Louisiana Tigers. Hunter Brown, Timo Lopez, and Dalen Doucet. Strikeout of Christian Isles. And if you were Peltier trying to keep UBO Central off the board, that was a big step in that direction. And his second strikeout of the game. Caden Henry is next. Ground toward short, convenient two-hop into the mid of Frederick, goes to first. Henry's out on the 6-3, and Micel is left on.
You made it. You went further than even you believed. You took your friends, your teammates, teachers, and coaches. You needed Dad, but Mom was there through it all. See, you didn't do it alone. It took a united effort. It also took you. United Baseball is a full-time organization focused on development and advancement of athletes. If you're a high school-age baseball player with the desire to play at the next level, you could be next. Log on to unitedbaseball.org to learn more.
Top of the third gets underway. Bottom of the order starts at Hunter Brown first. Timo Lopez and Dalen Doucet due up in the inning as well. UBO Central gets a base runner, gets that runner to third on the Peltier throwing error, but can't get him in. Got a new pitcher on the hill. Colin Watson has wrapped up his tenure after a couple of innings, facing a total of 11. Struck out 3, walked 3, gave up a hit and a run. Your new pitcher is Caldron Walker. And he will walk Hunter Brown. So a base runner aboard. We get back to the top of the order. Timo Lopez coming to the plate. Dylan Dose to the on-deck circle. Inside with the pitch, throw down to first and wind up in right field. Hopping up Brown, he's on his way to second. Can he make it there? Throw beats him and he'll be tagged out. So what was an E turns into an out. And there's one gone with nobody aboard. Timo Lopez ground into a 1-3 in the first. Good job over in right field. Quickly, Christian Isles able to come up with it. Got it in, and you could see the throw was there ahead of time. All that was missing was the tag, and it was there. Ground to short, backhanded by Hanshin. It'll hop into the dirt and out of the mitt of first baseman Andrew Martin. And on is Lopez. Now keep in mind, anything that I write into my scorebook is unofficial. But I think since the throw was into the dirt and retrievable on the receiving end, I'm charging an E3. That may not be accurate. It's just my scorekeeping. And a base runner on for Dylan Dose. He will float that one into the stands. If there wasn't a netting. Hits the net, drops down towards the first base dugout. Outside with a pitch to Dose. Dose, one of 3 Colin Watson strikeouts. Corey Peltier to the on-deck circle. That will find the zone on Dose. Bourgeois, Guillat, and Vaillant. When you get to the bottom of the third, that is the 8, 9, and 10 hitters for UBO. Dose strikes out for the second time in as many at-bats. And Cauldron Walker will pick up his first K. Have you downloaded the Showcase Series app? Well, if you have, you already know what a terrific resource it is in keeping up with everything that is Showcase Series related. If you haven't, what's up? Man, what a great tool. And this weekend here in Baton Rouge, games here. As running is Lopez, and he'll get in with a stolen base. Also games at Denham Springs. Should I even give this a chance? Plaquemine High School, St. Amant, East Ascension, all hosting games, as well as LSU. And our next game is a 1 o'clock matchup between the Monroe Buffs, as that is caught in right field by Christian Isles, and Peltier will go down, leaving a runner on. And the other half of that 1 o'clock game, the Bio City Prospects.
Are you an athlete looking to play at the next level? With players and teams all across the Southeast, United teams compete regionally and nationally in Showcase Series, Perfect Game, and PBR events. Visit unitedbaseball.org and you could be next. United Baseball Organization, where the focus is always on you.
Bottom of the third gets underway. Bottom part of the order, Chevy Bourgeois, Ryan Guilan, and Sam Vaillon. That is the 8, 9, and 10 hitters in an 11-man rotation. Going to hit batsman Bourgeois. Will take a free pass down to first. Of course, he's saying, hey, I don't know if I'd call it free. I got doinked. But he is on, and Ryan Guilan coming to the plate. And let's see if a little small ball might be in order to move that tying run into scoring position. No indication, but off and running is Bourgeois is in with a stolen base, so maybe you don't need the bunt unless you want to move into third. But with no bunt coming to get him to second, I'm kind of thinking no bunt coming to get him to third. Well, it looked like he might have been moving the barrel of that bat down to possibly square for bunt. Shot over towards left field. That is a foul ball by about a yardstick and a half. Bottom of the third in a one-zip game. Third hitter in the game came in and scored in the first inning, and that's been it thus far. Another one swatted foul. Coach Wilson, good job of fielding coming out of the box over at third. Just a little bit outside. Ryan Guilan with the tying run in scoring position. Nobody gone. Bottom of the third. First game of a 3-game day here at LSU. That sounded like it got him. It did, and he will go down to first. Another hit batsman. So back-to-back hits, but hitters hit. Not hitters hitting. Sam Vaillon to the plate. And a runner coming in for the catcher, Guilan. Let's see who will run for UBO. That is going to be Caden Henry. So Henry making his way over to first. Couple of base runners on. Sam Vaillon to the plate. Andrew Martin moving to the on-deck circle. A little bit outside with the pitch. Bernard, Dromé, and Parks in the top of the fourth for the Louisiana Tigers. Running is Bourgeois. Delayed steal for Henry. And now a couple of base runners in scoring position, and there is activity about to begin in the LSU bullpen. I think they're looking for the pin right now. There's a door beyond the right field wall. And that's where the two gentlemen, Hunter Brown and DJ Bernard, have ventured to get some warm-up tosses in. And there is a walk given to Sam Vaillant. And UBO Central has loaded that up. And that's got Coach coming out of the dugout and have a conversation with his starting pitcher, Coy Pelletier. Pelletier really didn't have any struggles in the first or second. Did walk one. But here to begin the third, a couple of hit batsmen in Bourgeois and Guillat. And now the walk of Sam Vaillant. And it is all loaded up for UBO Central. And you know, we've talked about it. You load it up with nobody going, odds are you get in a run. Now, the odds don't always win. But it's one of those more often than not scenarios. Andrew Martin to the plate. Keegan Hanshin to the on-deck circle. UBO's got it loaded in the bottom of the third. Popped up on the infield. And coming in from third to make the catch, that is Dylan Dosay. The odds have gotten a little better if you are the Tigers in keeping UBO off the board. And if you can get Keegan Hanshin and you are the Tigers, you're feeling real good about your chances. UBO still confident they can get a run in. At least one. Hanshin with a fly out to second in the first. Christian Martin to the on-deck circle, low and away with the pitch. 2 balls and a strike. Three and one. And now if you are Pelletier, you are in a wee bit of a bind. Need a pitch here. You don't want to walk the tying run in. Bourgeois at third. Henry running for Guillat at second. Vaillant is at first. And that's outside of the zone, and that walk with the bases full is exactly what will tie the game up at 1. Hanshin picking up the RBI with a Bourgeois walk in from third. And we are knotted up at 1 each with now that go-ahead run 90 feet from the plate. First pitch called strike to Martin, who struck out in the first. Bernard, Drome, and Parks when you get to the top of the fourth for the Tigers. UBO in no hurry, though, to get to the fourth inning. Popped up behind second at short. Frederick with a catch and runners hold. Two gone for Wyatt Griffith. Griffith ground into a 1-3 in the first. Cameron Durr moving to the on-deck circle. One hop to Frederick. He'll go to first with the throw, and nice little dig on the receiving end by Nate Boutte. Griffin crowding into 6-3. 3 are stranded. A run's in, though. And we're tied at 1 going to the 4th.
University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. A tradition of excellence. Decades of experience in distance learning. Empowering students of all ages. More than 90 degree and certificate programs to advance your career. UA Online. Flexible, affordable, legendary. Let your computer be your campus. Visit online.ua.edu.
Top of the 4th gets underway. DJ Bernard to the plate. Gabe Drome and Lane Parks. All facing another pitcher, Sam Valion. Caldwell Walker will work an inning, phase 4. Had a single strikeout, 1 walk, did not give up a hit, did not allow a run. And hands it over to Sam Valion, who began the game as the EH, now double dipping. EH and pitching. Just a little bit outside to DJ Bernard. Bernard reached on one of the 2 UBO Central errors in the game. Drome on deck, and Lane Parks due up in the inning as well. When you get to the bottom of the 4th, Durr, Micel, and Isles for UBO. Downside of the strike zone, and a walk issued to Bernard. That will be the 5th walk issued by UBO Central pitching, first from Valion. And a runner on for Gabe Drome. Lane Parks on deck. Still not quite the 1 hour mark, so plenty of time left in this one. Not many of these games go the full 7. Typically you have maybe 1, a max of 2 a weekend. But I would say this one's got a shot at 7 innings. Swing and a miss by Drome. Game's an hour 50 with no new inning. That's not a drop-dead 150. Could be shortened in the event of inclement weather. We hope we have none. Mercy rules, 12 after 3, 10 after 4, 8 after 5. I'm thinking we may not need to worry about mercy rules in this one. In 16U, as that is inside to Drome. You've got 4 pools, A, B, C, and D, and each has 4 teams in it. Trying to snag it on the one hop is shortstop Hanshin. Can't get to it. Bernard on his way to third. He'll be there safely, and pulling into second is Drome. Unofficially an E6. I know there's an argument in regards to the fact that, first of all, it took a short hop on him. Secondly, did he actually get mid on ball? And the answer is probably no. But my response is, remember, I am unofficial. So it's an unofficial E6. With a couple of runners on and Lane Parks coming to the plate. Jackson Frederick to the on-deck circle. That'll be a base hit, sneaks underneath the mid of a diving Wyatt Griffith. Bernard's in, and then it will sneak past Henry and continue to roll. Drome in 2. So Parks with an RBI single. It was the E7 that allowed the additional run to plate. And it's a 3-1 game with Jackson Frederick to the plate. In Pool A in 16U, 5-star National 15U, Capitals 15, Cardinals Drip Baseball. In B, Bandidos 2027 prospects, Barnes Academy Southwest 16, and the Louisiana Tigers. That is a foul ball, but barely. In C, Gonzalez Diamond 15U, Ubio Henry, Crushers Elite 16, Devils 16, and indeed Dogs Baseball 16, 5-star National 16U, Bandidos, and Southern Impact. And then in your 18U, same thing. As that one is floated up against the screen. 4 pools of 4 teams. And these 2 teams hail from Pool A. Still nobody out. A base runner at second. Jackson Frederick at the plate. That is popped up right side. From second, Micelle will make the catch. Parks will hold at second. And there is one away from Riley Hebert. In A, UBO Central, Gibbs Construction, Bandidos, and Louisiana Tigers. In B, Capital 16, Mississippi Scout 16, Rays Baseball, and Gold Culture Mini. C, Star Scout 17, Dogs Baseball, Cage Baseball, and Devils 18. And in D, Monroe Buffs, Bio City Prospects 26, Southwest 18, and 5-star Louisiana. Riley Hebert with a couple of strikes. Easton Alford on deck. 1 away, 1 aboard, 2 in. Low and inside with the Valion pitch. Into the dirt with the offering. Parks will take off for third. And he's now 90 feet away from becoming the fourth run of the ball game for the Louisiana Tigers. Swing and a miss, and Abear goes down. Valion picking up his first K. And there is 2 outs in the inning. That's got Easton Alford coming to the plate. Alford was a strikeout in the second. He was one of the 3 Colin Watson strikeouts. Ryan Guilan going out to the bump to have a conversation with Valion. Nate Boutte to the on-deck circle. Inside with a pitch to Alford. Baton Rouge, Louisiana. On the last Friday in June. And from where I sit, as I mentioned, I see Tiger Stadium. To my left, the bridge that crosses the Mississippi. Low and away with a pitch to Alford. Also from this vantage point, the dome in which the basketball team plays its round ball here at LSU. And where Kim Mulkey coaches the Lady Tigers. Alford given a walk down to first. That will be the second Valion walk. Nate Boutte with a walk in the second, coming to the plate here in the fourth. Chop towards Hanshin. He'll field. He'll lob over to second. Boutte wrapping into the 6-4 that gets the last out of the inning. But 2 runs plate. We're no longer tied at 1. Tigers with a 2-run lead.
Frustrated. She's having trouble with her defensive player. Look at this sweet pass behind the back for 2 on the assist.
And that one is hit on a rope to center field. Watch that one. And it is, oh, what a great diving catch by the center field.
And in that game, it was basically a running back by committee. I mean, you had a lot of guys carrying the football. Is that the protocol for the upcoming season for the backfield of Jackson State?
It's a really nice pitch to get the ground ball double play. Second one.
6-5 is your final. East Georgia advances to the championship game.
We head to the bottom of the fourth. Cameron Durr starting it off. He'll slap into Riley Hebert in left field. And there's one away with Kean Micelle next. Micelle ground into a 4-6. This one ground right back to Pelletier. Goes to first. And Pelletier, who we thought might not be on the bump coming into the bottom of the fourth, after a somewhat rocky third, has got 2 quick outs. And it's about 4 pitches and an out away from heading to the 5th inning. Christian Isles next. And he will poke that one to right field, base hit, first of the game for UBO Central. Base runner on for Caden Henry. Henry ground into the 6-3. Chevy Bourgeois to the on-deck circle. Austin Dumaine, Hunter Brown, Timo Lopez when you get to the 5th for the Tigers. Henry finding himself in an 0-2 hole. Just a little bit low with the pitch, trying to nibble on the inside part of the plate. Henry ground into a 6-3 in the 2nd inning. Tioga High School product, Caden Henry. I have heard of Tioga. Isn't that just outside of Alexandria? Is it Alexander or Alexandria City? I think Alexander City's in Alabama. Alexandria, Louisiana. Like maybe you drive out of one city limit and into the other. Walk given to Henry. I'm speculating aloud. Probably should have researched it, but as we've mentioned before, this is not my nature. You'd speak, then research, not research, then speak. Not really a good way of handling things, granted. Just a little bit high to Chevy Bourgeois. A couple of base runners on, 2 gone. Tioga is an unincorporated community in northern Rapides Parish, Louisiana, part of the Alexandria, Louisiana metro. Well, I'll be doggone. Every now and then, this fading, failing memory throws me a bone. Chevy Bourgeois hit by a pitch has scored the only UBO run of the game. Ryan Guillat on deck. Runners go, pitches high, the bases are loaded. Well, a disgruntled fan or two for the Tigers. Yeah, we can go back and look, see if there's any reason for the disgruntlement. I did look a little high on the replay. And it is loaded for Ryan Guillat. Outside with a pitch. An hour 11-ish into the game, meaning about 40 minutes left in our time limit. Just a little bit outside with a pitch. There is a walk that will bring in another run. The other UBO run came on a bases-loaded walk. And this one, too. And I think Peltier kind of indicated to the coach, come get me. He will comply, and we'll have a new pitcher on the bump when we return to LSU. Just about all Wayne Jones County. Diving catch at shortstop. Gross. Towards the gap. Diving catch in center field by Ben Aklinski. There is a shot towards deep short. Kraft's got it. Long throw over, and he got it. The new pitcher is DJ Baton. Started the game at third. Dylan Dose came into the game at third when Baton went to the pin to get some warm-up tosses in, and now Baton will step up onto the bump and face Sam Vaillant. Vaillant finding the gap right center field. That will bring in Henry. It's got Bourgeois in. Meanwhile, on his way home, Guillant. And the triple has cleared the bases in the throw, getting beyond Dromé and allowing Vaillant to take third. So a bases clearing double that flips the leaderboard. And by the way, it all comes with two gone. And it's got Andrew Martin coming to the plate. 3 Vaillant RBIs. Andrew Martin with a runner at third and still 2 gone. Just a little bit outside to Martin. A 1-run third, a 4-run fourth for UBO. Tigers with a run in the first and 2 in the fourth. Keegan Hanshin has moved to the on-deck circle. Swing and a miss. Count him in at 2. Couple of balls, couple of strikes on Martin. He will strike out, leaving a runner on, but 4 runs are in. And UBO Central, they came into the inning down by 2, will leave it up by 2. Rouge is the 7 guy. Right up the middle, base hit, back-to-back base hit. Starter with a double. The single from Cumbie coming to the plate and tagged down at home. Bottom of the order, top of the 5th, Austin Dumaine starts in Hunter Brown and Timo Lopez. 2-2, all facing Sam Valion. Well, check that. Got another pitching change. This is Andrew Martin. So Watson began and worked 2. Since then, Walker came in and worked 1. Valion works 1. Martin in now and strikes out the first he faces, Dumaine. And there's one away for Hunter Brown. Timo Lopez to the on-deck circle. In that 1 inning for Valion, he will give up a single hit, face a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hitters. And a strikeout, gave up a couple of walks, and allowed a pair of runs. And hands it over to Martin, facing Brown, the bottom of the order. With the top of the order, Timo Lopez on deck. On the outside part of the plate to Brown, who walked and thought he was going to get the second compliments of a throwing error, but got tagged out at second. Here's the Andrew Martin pitch to Brown, a little bit inside. Bottom of the 5th, top of the order for UBO. Swing, a miss, and out will go Brown. Back-to-back Ks for Martin. And there's 2 away for the top of the order, Timo Lopez. For UBO pitching, that is strikeout number 7 in the game. Want to knock it out of Alex Box Stadium. As that one is sent up the middle, base hit with 2 gone for Lopez. 3rd Tiger hit of the game. Then you need to slap it 330 down the lines and 405 to center. Tying run to the plate in the form of Dylan Dosey. Sends it over to 3rd, fielded by Griffith. Goes to 1st and gets the out. I'm not sure why Lopez didn't take off. I think maybe he thought it was a liner instead of a grounder. But he is left on the 5-3 put out by Dosey. We go to the bottom of the 5th, top of the order for UBO Central.
You've played some travel ball, you've shared the videos. Mom and Dad can only root so much. It's time to get real interest from the colleges and scouts in your area right where you live. That's why the Showcase Series is different. We're not just another tournament, we're an advancement event where you get real-time exposure with live TV coverage of our games that get you seen directly by the coaches you want to impress from anywhere in the world. Register for events at showcaseseries.org. It's your turn at bat.
Bottom of the fifth, top of the order, Keegan Hanshin starts at Christian Martin and Wyatt Griffith facing DJ Baton. As that is ground to short. Frederick's got it, whips it to first, and then throws it away. On is Hanshin. Makes the turn on his way to second, and he will get there. All compliments of the E6. Christian Martin next. That is the third Tiger error. DJ Baton came into the ballgame in the fourth, worked the last third of the fourth. Now working the bottom of the fifth. Christian Martin 0 for 2. He has struck out and popped out to short. Sin foul on the right side. LSU with a win over Coastal Carolina to win the World Series. Of course, not without controversy. That tossing of the Coastal coach in the first inning of the championship. Just a little bit outside with the pitch. Martin struck out in the first. He was the second out of the inning. Popped out to short as the second out of the third. Shot over towards right field. That will be a fair ball. Rattle around the corner. It's going to bring in Hanshin. Meanwhile, Martin is on his way to second. Gets there easily with a stand-up double. So a Martin RBI. Wyatt Griffith to the plate. Cameron Turr on tack. Outside with the pitch, taking off third is Martin, and he's going to get in safely. Throw was there, but apparently the tag a little bit high, and the foot able to get underneath it. Wyatt Griffith followed by Cameron Turr. Chop towards short. Frederick will go to first. Get it there. Griffith out on the 6-3, but Martin in from third. And it's now a 7-3 lead. Cameron Turr next. Kean Micelle to the on-deck circle. Just a little bit inside with the pitch. Turn with a walk and a fly out, and now a base hit into left. Second hit in the inning, fourth of the game for UBO. And a base runner on for Kean Micelle. Micelle is ground into a 4-6 and a 1-3. On the inside part of the plate with the pitch to Micelle. Christian Isles on deck. Still got a chance of sending this game the full 7. Got roughly 20 plus minutes left in your 1 hour 50-minute time limit. And we're in the bottom of the 5th. It depends on how long the 6th takes. Micelle strikes out. And Bernard will pick up his second K. And Durr is going to get a runner. It looks like Micelle will run for Durr as Christian Isles makes his way to the plate. Isles 1 for 2. He has struck out and singled. Out ahead of the pitch is Isles. Caden Henry on deck. Peltier, Bernard, and Dromé when you get to the top of the 6th for the Tigers. Outside with the pitch running is Micelle, and Micelle with a stolen base at second. Little high, little inside Isles. Skip Bertman Field here at Alex Box Stadium. Isles awaits. There's the pitch. It is swung on and missed. And that will do it for Christian Isles in the bottom of the 5th. But 2 more runs are in. The lead goes to 7-3 as we head to the 6th. Fourth consecutive inning that we have seen a new pitcher on the hill for UBO Central. This is Cameron Durr. Andrew Martin works an inning, faces 4, 2 strikeouts, no walks, a hit, no runs. And now it is Cameron Durr facing Peltier, Bernard, and Drome. Outside with the Durr pitch. UBO Central pitchers combined have struck out 8 as that one is fouled away by Peltier. Peltier with a single and a flyout. 1 for 2 in the game. DJ Bernard and Gabe Drome 2 up in the inning 2. There is the 9th UBO Central strikeout as out goes Peltier. And it'll be the first for Cameron Durr. Both Martin and Durr begin their stints on the bump with a K. Round to third, fielded by Griffith. A little tall with a toss, but able to bring it in. At first is Ryan Guillat. Now playing first, moving from behind the plate. Two gone for Gabe Drome. And still got a chance at a 7-inning game. As a matter of fact, I would say the odds favor going 7. As we are currently at an hour 35 in. Drome with a walk and reached on an error. Was one of 2 runs that played it in the 4th. Well, I have found a scoreboard that is apparently active. It is not viewable to fans, but viewable to players, and thus we appear in the bottom. Well, I guess if you're a fan, you turn around, you look over the shoulder, you can see as well. It's got it as a 6-3 game. I've got us as 7-3. Drome walked in the first, reached on an error in the 4th. That is hit the second, planting, firing, Micel, not quite in time. Drome with an infield single. 4th hit of the game for the Tigers. And a base runner on for Lane Parks. Parks with a walk and a single. And both brought in a run. The walk came with the bases loaded in the 1st. The single drove in a run in the 4th. 1 for 1 with 2 RBIs. Bottom of the 6th, Caden Henry, Chevy Bourgeois, and Ryan Guillat. As that is fouled away by Parks. LSU only allows 3 games a day, so a little bit of a delay between the end of this one and the start of the next one. A 1 o'clock start. As that one is swung on and missed and hops over towards the screen. Drome goes to second. And then a 4 p.m. game and no night game. Unless, of course, Mama Nature decides to change the schedule. Popped up on the infield and short. Hanshin makes the catch. 1 hit, 1 runner stranded, nobody scores. Bottom of the 6th coming up. UBO Central by 4.
Are you an athlete looking to play at the next level? With players and teams all across the Southeast, United teams compete regionally and nationally in Showcase Series, Perfect Game, and PBR events. Visit UnitedBaseball.org, and you could be next. United Baseball Organization, where the focus is always
bottom of the sixth. Caden Henry starts in Chevy Bourgeois. Ryan Guillat coming to the plate as well. Time-wise, at an hour 40 unofficially. So 10 minutes left in our time limit. But if we get a relatively quick bottom of the sixth, should get to the seventh. Now, if you get one of those bottom of the sixth where about 8 hitters go to the plate, might not get to the seventh inning. A little bit inside with a DJ Bernard pitch. Caden Henry grounded into a 6-3 and walked. On the outside part of the plate, Chevy Bourgeois moving to the on-deck circle. That is line to Dose at third, and he'll go to first. Henry out, number one. Chevy Bourgeois next. Bourgeois hit by a pitch. Stole a couple of bases and scored a couple of runs. Was embracing for a Bernard Dink, but that one falls just a little bit shy of Bourgeois. Even count in one. Ryan Guillat to the on-deck circle. A little slow roller up the middle, base hit for Bourgeois. Got a runner report for Ryan Guillat. Artificial to the chalk, to the baselines. And a natural turf inside the chalk. And it's had a little wear and tear this year. Running is Bourgeois, and he's in with a stolen base. Ryan Guillat got hit by a pitch and walked. Walked with the bases loaded, picked up an RBI, eventually came in as part of that 4-run fourth inning. Three and one on Guillat. Unofficially 7 minutes from your 1 hour 50 minutes. And the count runs full. Sam Vellion on deck. That is low, that is away. A walk given to Guillat. And a couple of runners on with one away. Sam Valion coming to the plate. It was Valion that handed the lead over to UBO Central. Came to the plate with the bases full in the bottom of the fourth. Delivered with a double that cleared the bases. And put a new name atop the leaderboard, and UBO has been there since. On the outside part of the plate to Valion. A walk and a double. As that one is sent foul up against the screen. Andrew Martin on deck. Here's Bernard's pitch. Valion tried to hold up and couldn't. There's two gone. And for Bernard, his fourth strikeout. Andrew Martin 0 for 2 in the game. He's popped out to third and struck out. Top of the order, Keegan Hanshin to the on-deck circle. Couple of base runners on. 2 gone, bottom of the 6th. Yeah, it's a little bit inside to Martin. Popped out to third in the third. Struck out in the fourth. Outside with a pitch and a walk given to Martin. He'll go down to first, and the base is loaded for the top of the order, Keegan Hanshin. And now you're unofficially at an hour 46. On the outside part of the plate to Hanshin. Well, I said 8 at-bats might consume our time. This is the 6th at-bat. Foul against the screen by Hanshin, who has popped out the second, walked, and reached on an error. Swing and a miss, and that'll do it for Hanshin. 3 runners stranded. We will go to the 7th. Tigers down by 4.
University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. A tradition of excellence. Decades of experience in distance learning. Empowering students of all ages. More than 90 degree and certificate programs to advance your career. UA Online. Flexible, affordable, legendary. Let your computer be your campus. Visit online.ua.edu.
We go to the bottom of the 7th only if there are 4 runs that played in the top part of the inning. Frederick grounding it over to Guilan at first, and he'll make the play, 1 away. Riley Hebert next. Easton Alford to the on-deck circle. Cameron Turr again on the pump, and there's another out. This one of a 5-3 variety. And it is up to Easton Alford. Trying to start the rally with 2 gone. Inside with the Durr pitch to Alford, who is 0 for 1, has struck out and walked. Couple of pitches missing. And it goes 1-2. Nate Boutte hoping for an opportunity to come to the plate in the 7th. Tigers would love to end it like they started it. Got their runs with 2 gone. And they'd like to do it again here. Another strike. And an even count at 2. 2-2 offering. And it'll stay a couple of balls, couple of strikes. Swing and a miss, and that'll be your ball game. This one goes final after 6.5. And by the way, there could be a discrepancy in scores. Here in the stadium on the scoreboard, they've got 6-3. I've got it as a 7-3 final. And that would only play a role if you really needed some tiebreakers on Sunday. 4 hits, 3 errors committed, 9 stranded by the Tigers. And they will play 3 runs with 1 in the first and 2 runs in the 4th. UBO Central, 5 hits, 4 errors. They leave 9 on as well and get a total of 7 with a run in the 3rd, 4 runs in the 5th, and tacked on 2 more in the 5th. And there is your final score in the first of 3 games to be played here today. We'll be back at 1 o'clock. But, of course, we keep our link live, our cameras on. You can enjoy watching the grass grow or whatever may transpire over the next 1 hour and 19 minutes before we're back with baseball at 1 o'clock. And in that 1 o'clock matchup, it is the Monroe Buffs, and I believe they're taking on the Prospects. Let me pull up the schedule compliments of the Showcase app. Bio City Prospects, 26, and Monroe Buffs coming up at 1 o'clock. Camera stays on, link stays live. We will see you for action at 1 here on JockJive. Hi, everybody. Welcome in as we get the second game of the day underway. Opening game was a UBO Central 7-3 win over the Louisiana Tigers. And here we go with the Monroe Buffs taking on the Bayou City Prospects. Robert Williamson to bring you the coverage. Stepping in to start it off is Colton Blundell. Meanwhile, the rest of that lineup for Monroe. Caden Gallagher is the two-hitter. Parker Bearden batting third. Hudson Pulling is the four guy. Trigger Booth in the 5 spot. Chris Harrell hitting 6th. Case West 7th. 8-hitter Noah Thomas. Bishop Nolan is the 9 guy. Colton Evans is batting 10th. Now, on the other side, on the Bayou City Prospect side, as this one is popped up in the direction of right field. And there the catch made by Jake, and we think it is Metters, Jake Metters. But this is where it gets really interesting on the Bayou City Prospects side of the diamond, and that is because the lineup card, handwritten, one name, typically first, occasionally last, and I can't read my handwriting, so reading others is a challenge. Trying to do all kinds of cross-referencing to maybe a perfect game roster or to other rosters available online, and just limited in being able to tell you who is where. I believe it is Mar Hoffen who is the pitcher. A little bit outside with the pitch to Caden Gallagher. Could be Cameron Shalon behind the plate. As this one is ground towards second. Edric with a bobble. And I think that is Edric Harrison that allows Gallagher on. So at first, I'm going to go with Joey Clark. Although there is something that could help. I think I do see names on the back of the jersey. So when they get to the plate, that might clear up some stuff. Edric Harrison is, I think, at second. Shortstop, Janam. I'm taking wild guesses. Vic at third. Outfield of Ben, Jake, and Colt. And we'll see if we can get some clarity throughout the course of the game. It looks like there is a name between the shoulder blades. So, again, maybe we can get a better idea as that is driven foul in the direction of third. So I got my work cut out for me, right? Until they've gone through their hitting rotation. Do have a base runner on top of the first. Do have our second game of the day underway. Do have another game to go. A 4 o'clock matchup. That'll get into the dirt, and off and running is Gallagher. He'll get to second easily. So the Buffs, as in, I think the Buffaloes, not the, buff like Arnold Schwarzenegger buff. But the Monroe Buffaloes with Bearden at the plate and Gallagher at second. That one behind Bearden. We are on the campus of LSU. Yes, the 2025 NCAA national champion. LSU Tigers. They're home. Foul away. Won it on Sunday, and I think just a few days ago. Big celebration held here. 8 World Series titles for LSU now. And LSU synonymous with national championships. That is popped up left side. And coming back from short to make the catch is Janam. Bearden with a fly out. Hudson Pulling coming to the plate with 2 gone and a base runner at second. But you talk about a campus that is synonymous with national championships. That's LSU. Football, baseball, softball, basketball. Got a world-class gymnast. Here's the pitch to Pulling. Just a little bit inside. And that's where the Showcase Series brings you. To the venues, to the home, to some of the best sports in the country. Swing and a miss by Pulling. Trigger Booth on deck. And it's why if you aren't, you should be a part of United Baseball in the Showcase Series. Great venues, great ball. And the perfect way to hone your skill. Fouled off in the direction of third by Pulling. Just a 3-game slate today. Games at 10, 1, and 4. No night game. That's a base wrap into left field for Pulling. It will bring in Gallagher. And the Buffs are on the board. Compliments of the single turned into 2 with a throw to the plate by Pulling. We did, by the way, learn in the prior game that the team that scores first doesn't necessarily win it. Low and away with a pitch to Trigger Booth. There's another base wrap into left field. And that'll put runners on the corners, back-to-back singles, Pulling and Booth. Chris Harrell coming to the plate. Casey West moving to the on-deck circle. Couple of base runners aboard, 1 in. Top part of the first, game just underway, second game of the day. In the shadow of Tiger Stadium, just beyond center field. Running is Booth. The throw will ricochet off short, go into left. Pulling is in, going to third is Booth. Stolen base in an E2 and another run scores. It is a 2-zip Monroe lead. Ground in the direction of second. Henrik over to first with a throw, gets Harrell on the 4-3. 2 runs in, and errors played roles on both runs as the Buffs take that 2-zip lead to the bottom of the first. We head to the bottom of the first. Joey Aguilar coming to the plate. We are going to get a little help from these jerseys with a name on the back. So we now know it is Joey Aguilar who will start it off. And hopefully we will learn more compliments of that name on the back of the jerseys the rest of the way through the process. Zach Smundricks on the hill for the Monroe Puffs. Behind the plate, Colton Evans. At first, Casey West. Second baseman is Trigger Booth. At shortstop, Chris Harrell. And at third, Noah Thomas. Bishop Nolan in left. Center fielder is Colton Blundell. And Hudson Pullig is in right. A little bit outside with the pitch to Aguilar. If you want to send it out of the park, well, about 3:30 or more down the lines, 4:05 to center field is the way to make it happen. Got a walk given to Aguilar, and a base runner is aboard. And I believe that is CHACON on the back of the jersey. Coming to the plate here with the base runner on, given the walk. That is Aguilar over at first. I'm really putting my Googleology degree to good use here. Trying to get you names of hitters. Over to first goes the throw. Able to get back safely is Aguilar. And I am going to take a guess that this is Christian Chacon. Pops it up to the right side. And there the catch will be made by Hudson Pullig. And Chacon with the fly out for out number one. That's got Matt Walker coming to the plate. You'll see the first pitch foul. Jake Manners moving to the on-deck circle. Now I'm going to get a little cocky. That's two in a row that I had actually researched, cross-referenced, and somehow came up with names. A little bit overcast here in Baton Rouge. We're kind of hoping Mama Nature will be kind to us. Of course, her kind and our idea of kind may be different. Possibility of two, and there you got it. Double play turn by Chris Harrell. And despite the walk, Aguilar taken out on the Walker DP. Drives that in direction of right field. That is going to sail. I'm really not sure why I quote it. It's so frequently wrong. That is hit well towards left field. Jackson Hyatt, 1 for 2 in the game, lifts this one towards left center. Here's the 1-0 offering. That is hit well towards left field. High fly ball left. That is shot in the direction. Barr, who is issued in Sackerly with 2 gone. Sackerly trying to come to the plate with put the finishing touches on a mercy rule win. That's hit well, though, towards left field, and it'll be wrapped up around 8 o'clock. And a shot in the direction of right field. Lyles. 2-1 offering. And a shot towards the gap. You are seeing an empty diamond, and that's for good reason. There is a lightning delay here at Alex Box Stadium, and typically 1 lightning strike means, within 8 or 11 miles, depending on each stadium's level of caution, but typically a 20 to 30 minute delay as a result. So we're in a lightning delay, which means we're going to hold things up until at least 1:30. Could be 1:40. And hopefully no inclement weather on its way that will expand our delay further. But for the moment, everything goes on hold. A lightning delay at LSU. There you see 1 inning in the books. A couple of errors in the top part of the first, along with a couple of hits, turning into a couple of runs. Gallagher and Pulling and the Monroe Buffs taking a 2-zip lead into the second and into our lightning delay. Well, we have just received official word in regards to the play here at LSU. It is done for the day. The rain that came in, actually, it was preceded by lightning causing the initial delay, and then heavy rains here in Louisiana. Unanticipated rains, by the way. Did not expect the heavy downpour that hit at about, I guess it was around 1 o'clock this afternoon, and it has soaked this field and made it unplayable. As a result, games for the rest of the day here are canceled, but those games will be rescheduled elsewhere. So that's why if you do not have the Showcase Series app, a great idea to go ahead and download it so that you would then have immediate access to all information in regards to games, the rescheduling, maybe the realignment of the games. They are going to be a little bit shorter instead of an hour 50, an hour 40 time limit, and exactly where the games will be played. This game will resume, but it won't be here at LSU. And in regards to play here at LSU, that's information that you'll get as well when you download the app and get the alerts in regards to play as part of the tournament here in Louisiana. So we will officially put an end to our coverage today, and at least at the moment, the plan is to be situated right here at about 10 o'clock tomorrow morning and bring you 3 games from the campus of LSU. We wrap up after 1. Monroe Buffs with a 2-zip lead over the Bayou City Prospects, and this game will resume tonight at Denham Springs. See you tomorrow here on JockJive at LSU.